Hi guys! First of all, can you hear me? Hello! Oh, sorry, my phone. Hey guys, today I want to focus on painting my tufts, so I will proceed. Hey, Kravala, sorry. Okay, so today I want to focus. Okay, maybe not on the camera, but I want to focus on painting my tufts. Going with the theory that everything on the miniature should be painted. So when you have the tufts on your miniature, anywhere, so basically it may be a bust, it may be a full figure, it may be 75 millimeters, it may be a Warhammer, always paint your tufts. Why so? Because as long as the tufts are unpainted, as you can see over here, they look like a mess, basically, and they don't match the atmosphere on the miniature. So, do I have a good example of painted tufts? I'm not sure, because most of my miniatures are not on my home, sadly, but this one looks pretty bad, and I hope that in like about maybe 2 hours it will look much better. Also, my cats have problems today. I'm not sure with what exactly, and you may hear meowing in the background. So yes, and last stream I glued the tufts on his back. Outside the stream I tried to procure like little roots on the stuff. As you can see, the stuff was painted before. I didn't strip the paint because I don't care about it. I think that it will stick together nicely anyway. So I just glue on some 3D printed mushrooms. I think that the top mushroom could be a little bit higher, but you know, it is what it is. And I took a yarn and I just tried to make it work as a root. We will see if it works after I will start painting it. And then I used some green stuff on to create like those little huba shrooms. I'm not sure what is the correct name in English, but in Polish it's huba. They are like growing on the trees. So yeah, and today, maybe later I will show you how I'm creating the little butterflies I was talking about on the last stream. Those ones. I have one over here. It's so tiny that I cannot grab it. See, it's very small butterfly. Yeah. So I want to glue them like somewhere. I was thinking that it may look nice if I would glue them like flying around the stuff, and maybe somewhere over here. Not sure, we will see where it will go. So yeah, I will start with priming the stuff. I like to prime it with Sterlinet's primer, I think. Let me cut the paper first. What size will be the correct size? Okay, so ASMR stream today, guys. none. Voila, perfect sizing, as always. Okay, so I'm starting with priming the shrooms and roots. I will show you my favorite tool in my workshop. It's old, broken airbrush needle. Very functional, very useful, I recommend. Okay, so I'm priming. I will use... Okay, so I have gray sterliness under my, on my desk. I will go with it. Usually I would go with black. I like to use sterliness. Hey Kujo! I like to use sterliness, or whatever the correct pronunciation is. It's sterliness in my universe. I like to use it because it gets very hard and it makes even the fragile surfaces more like a resin. I'm not sure exactly why is it. I don't know, maybe something with polyurethane in the on the sticker. Hey Skaven! So I like to use it on fragile elements because it makes them more sturdy and harder. So we'll start with it, and I will just try to saturate those roots with the base or the primer, but without overflooding them, so to not make them stick together. Those little ropes, wherever. They are a little bit sturdier already, or like stiffer, because I used for glue. I glued them with PVA glue. Yeah, like the glue for the paper, stuff like that. And the glue always makes stuff like that more stiff. Yeah. So those are the little 3D printed shrooms from Oda Models I've shown on the latest stream, or on the last stream, not the latest. And I just decided to cut them up because they were in like this one chunk. What white stuff? Yeah, that was white stuff. The white stuff that came out of the Magic Kid eyes after I poked them with the needle. Exactly that one. So yeah, just basing. Sometimes if it's something fragile, sometimes I will go 2 times over with the over the surface with this primer to make it more sturdy, basically. But also it doesn't have to be too sturdy, because if it will like keep some level of how is it called, flexibility, it won't break off, basically, or it will break off, but like not as easily. And the ends, which doesn't look like roots at all because they look like ends of the yarn, I will try to stick together like doing this and keeping my fingers crossed for them to stay in this way. Thank you for the sub, follow, or whatever happened right now. I miss it, sadly. Are you guys into BlizzCon and computer games? Were you watching BlizzCon yesterday or today maybe? Because I was, and I'm pretty excited for the new World of Warcraft expansion. Yeah. I was very excited for Dragonflight because I was so tired with Shadowlands, and now I am tired with Dragonflight. I want something else. So the new expansion looked pretty promising, and I even liked Anduin, which I usually hate, or at least strongly dislike. And this time Anduin was pretty much okay. We got our Green Jesus, aka Thrall. And the new expansions for World of Warcraft look pretty promising. So I'm excited to play more, and also I really want to paint something in like basically I want to paint another Dark Elf. And I have one more Lesha bust from Ignis Art, and I suppose that I will just paint another Lesha version. I've heard, I didn't play during Cataclysm, but I've heard that it wasn't that good expansion. If you want to play a good version of Cataclysm, they actually announced that Cataclysm is coming to World of Warcraft Classic. So I'm not sure if you know Kuja, but they did the World of Warcraft Classic version. So they basically restarted the whole franchise, and like they are like doing the same patches and the same stuff, but in a slightly better way, or at least that's what I've heard. And they had like first two expansions were pretty good, and they were well loved by all of the players. And this is the end of Wrath of the Lich King. So now they are like in front of facing Cataclysm basically, and they need to show that they can actually pull off making the like later expansions that weren't that good actually interesting for people. I hope that they will pull it off, basically. Also, I think that I will play World of Warcraft Classic when Mists of Pandaria will come out, because I always wanted to play Mists of Pandaria. Okay, so this is primed. It will dry up. Yeah, they were great. This will dry up. And I also wanted to add the pepper to create like this ground texture inside of the cloak or of the hoodie. But I will paint a little bit more of the tufts and of the stuff, and I will see how much time I will have today, and maybe I will add it on stream. I kind of don't want to do it because it's messy and I hate it. Yeah. Ciri came here, or came over to my desk, but you cannot see her. Very elusive cat. Yeah, when Burning Crusade came out, I was playing World of Warcraft but on pirate servers, because I was a child and I had no money, and my parents didn't even know how to do payments for stuff like that. So I really wanted to play it, but didn't have any way to do it in a graceful manner, let's call it like that, because my pirate server wasn't that good actually. Okay, so painting the tufts. I usually like to paint the tufts. You may go two ways. You can either paint them with the paint actually, or you can use washes or contrast paints. I will go with washes first, but I was thinking that maybe I could use them with an airbrush. The only issue is that I'm not sure how dirty my airbrush is, so I may, like, I will try to check it out, but I'm not very enthusiastic about this way. I usually don't paint with washes, and this is like the one of the cases I actually like using washes, but the trick is to not overfloat some of the tufts, because every tuft brand is different, or maybe tuft producer is different, and like the technology varies. So for example, I have two brands of tufts over here. One is Vallejo, and I don't know this one, so I'm not sure how they will act if I will just overflow them with wash. And the other is Mini Nature, which I know that they are very, at least the most ones, they are very fragile. So the fiber is very thin, and if I will overflow it with wash, it will clump together. It's not always bad, because sometimes when the tuft clumps together, it creates nice texture, which you can paint over after it will dry up, and like it's still kind of fuzzy, but it's more like flat and a little bit coarser. And I find it interesting anyway, but I actually discovered this method by not giving a about what I'm actually doing and just trying to figure out everything. And I just have this approach in my mind that if I will fail anything, I can repaint it anyway. So if I will fail with washing my tufts, I can make them look pretty again, but just with some layers of paints. Yeah. Give me a second. Dirty airbrush is just the worst. This is like my everyday. Yeah, I don't airbrush that much either. And that's why I even like decided to go into Chaos Black. Which, when I started painting miniatures, I actually never used Chaos Black, and so I didn't have like this newbie stage of my painting where I started with Citadels and I went like higher brands. I went immediately into the like higher or more modeling brands, and I downgraded because they were like too heavy in the upkeep, basically, because the steeliness is very good, but I have to buy it, like the smallest container I think is like 60 milliliters, and before I will finish using it, and I don't paint like very little, I paint quite a lot, and before it will the bottle will like run out, it's starting to like going bad anyway. So and I mean by that that there are like those clumps inside of the bottle, and I don't have any good idea how to get rid of them, and they just float into the airbrush when I apply it to the container, and there is no way to like fish them out, and they just create like those, they basically clog up my nozzle, right? So I would have to, I just hate when I have to buy the product, even if I decide to buy a like smaller amount to just finish it, basically, because there is no point of knowing exactly when I should just throw it out. So yeah, it's just, I just don't like it, because at some point I'm buying a new primer, and then at some point it just randomly starts clogging up my airbrush, and then my painting goes bad because it's disturbing the smooth surface. Yeah, so I decided to just go for Chaos Black because it's easy and it's on hand always, because there's tons of Chaos Black in every shop or in every store. And no airbrushing issues. Yep. Okay, so I was talking about washing your tufts. So first of all, why should we wash the tufts? Because usually when we are painting miniatures, we are painting highlights and shadows, or even non-metallic metal, which are like indicators of the lighting situation on your miniature. And if you are putting like this texture of tufts all over your miniature, and they are not painted, then they are not reflecting the same lighting situation as the rest of your miniature, lighting and shadow situation basically. So the easiest answer is to make the whole atmosphere work together. Hey Ciucia! So first of all, you are basically making the atmosphere consistent, and second of all, you will just make them look pretty and nice, because shading anything will make it look better. So with my tufts, I like to, sometimes I'm using the filter. So for example, when I have this color over here and this color over here, to bring them together, I can or actually I will use a thin layer of Atonian Camo shade or something like that. This is the wash from GW, and it will make those two different tufts looking like from basically like they were standing on the one shelf next to each other, right? So like they are similar and they belong in one universe. And then I will take Druci Violet, and I like to use Druci Violet because I'm usually using violet shadows on my miniature, and Druci is violet. Yeah, it's very nice shade. And I will shade the tufts, and then I will go into my highlight color, which is Tanner Yellow, and I will just slightly dry brush or maybe paint in some areas the highlights on the tufts. The issue with highlights is that dry brushing not always makes something look better, and you have to be sometimes you just have to be persistent enough to work on it long enough to make it look nice. So again, sometimes with your painting you make stuff look a little bit worse, but don't fret, you can just keep painting and usually it will go better. But I don't guarantee it. Sometimes it just goes off the rails completely. Yeah, but just don't be afraid to experiment and try to, achieve something interesting. Okay, so I have my wash box full of the old GW washes. Yeah, I have some. Old and the proper ones, basically. Ooh, my airbrush is actually not cleaned at all. Okay, it's not happening. Okay, so we will fail with washing. Or maybe I really wanted to use the airbrush. Okay, let me try that. let's be optimistic this time. It will be messy. Oh shit. I lost the nozzle. Nozzle, where are you? Oh, here you are. Okay, so the nozzle is dirty for sure, sadly. I'm not very happy about that. But also it's just doing filters with the wash, so it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to keep some degree of being workable, right? So this is my aim. It should work somehow. Yeah, I think so. It just made him more colorful character, and also it really shows his motivations. Oh my god. And again, my airbrush is not workable right now. The same reason I was unhappy with Styronets going out of a date, because again I bought AK Interactive Ultra Matte, which I love. This is very good. This is very good varnish, but again, like it's so old, because I wasn't able to use everything up. It's so old that it started getting like those little I don't know, like those like fragments of dried up varnish, and it just made everything messy, and it's clogging my airbrush right now. So I would like to get like 30 milliliters varnish, because I'm not unable to finish up everything. Yeah, blobs. But I recommend AK varnish. It's very good, and also varnish is not varnish. AK is my sponsor, so go buy them, guys. Oh yeah, that means that it went bad, basically. I once got Vallejo varnish, and I don't know why, because I don't think that I held it in any like particularly dangerous area on my desk, but it went like yellow and very smelly just after a month or two of me owning it, and I got like this big bottle of varnish, and everything went bad. And I was very sad about that. The frost up. think that it just got yellow, right? But ruined how? Like, did it went white on your miniatures? Because if it goes white, you can just use gloss varnish and it's like it neutralizes any kind of whiting. Okay, will it work? Please work. Yep. Yeah, I went from. I actually heard. First, I've heard that. First, I tried Vallejo varnishes, and they weren't for me. Like the one I mentioned, like the one just went very, very quickly, very bad for me. And then I tried out MIG, and MIG was actually very problematic for myself. And then AK is working, but again, I think that it also depends on the weather and like the weather conditions in the country. So, for example, I'm living in Poland, which is of course different than Great Britain, for example. So it may work for you, or it may not work for me. Okay, we are ready. Let's use some airbrush and regret it later when I will have to clean it actually. So my very lame technique of using my airbrush is to take my brush, dip the end in the wash or paint or anything, and just put it into my airbrush and hope that everything will go well. Again, trying to see if it works. It works. So I will just go over everything. I hope that the oh Jesus Christ, the brrr thing is not too loud for you guys. See, and it's like making those two come together, because the lighter one gets a little bit darker and the darker one gets the same color tint as the light one. And I don't care that much if I am overpainting anything around too much, because it's just, again, like a little bit of atmosphere and ambient like reflections. So like those reflections of light that is bouncing off from surfaces laying next to each other. Okay, I don't want to make it too wet because I wanted the surface to be still workable. Maybe I will add more green over here, because I kinda wanted to check if I can add a little bit of moss over here, and I think that it will be a nice idea. Okay, and now I need to reach the arm. Also, usually when I'm using tufts, I'm cutting all of them, but those were pretty short, so I just glue them as they were. I like to make them very random, so usually when I try to apply longer tufts, I just go with scissors into them and make them more interesting. Prayers help sometimes. Yeah, I can agree. I sometimes pray to the god of airbrushes to make my airbrush work, and usually he sends my boyfriend to help me out and clean my airbrush. By the way, hey Matteo! Okay, so I have a little bit of the wash left in my airbrush. Usually I would just spray everything into the tufts because I don't want to waste it, but I don't want to overdo it today because I wanted to dry up quicker. See, it already looks better and less random, and we will make it even better. Should I instantly go into violet? I really want to, but maybe I will let it dry a little bit first. So yeah, I really want to paint something violet. Maybe a like violet. I'm thinking about night elves, of course. Maybe a male night elf this time, but I don't have any proper miniature at my hand to convert it. And yeah, Kujo, you said that you like when the busts are converted, and it's not that. Hey Danny, usually it's not that hard because for this one I just added the tufts, which actually made great work with conversion, and I just added a little bit of those stuff on the end of the stuff. But this miniature, as a academic bust, sadly it's out of print. But this miniature is great. Thank you. This miniature is great because it has a lot of character, but also it's so neutral that you can basically put anything on it, and it just stacks the character. You often convert on your busts, but that's because I'm addicted to making my stuff different. Yeah, just try harding to be original, right? It's for me when I'm trying to come up with the idea for painting my I don't know, bust, miniatures, whatever. I really have big problems with starting the work until I will come up with the original idea for the painting actually. So I need to have in mind that I want to make this miniature as a druid, for example, or I want to paint an interesting texture on it. Usually it's hollow. Yeah. No, this one is not from Lucas Pina actually. I forgot who sculpted it, but he's from a guy that was very. I'm not sure. I can check it. I can check it actually. And it's from Peter Punk was the producer, and Fair was the reseller. And who sculpted it actually? Let's check it. Volomir? He's not the producer, but maybe he has the information. Peter Punk, the Arcane Traveler. No information about the sculptor. Jonathan Monaris. I actually didn't know that. I will try to maybe post it on Twitch in a second. Just need to enter my chat. This is the sculptor. Yeah, Monaris. But the method or the style is kind of similar, but at the same time a little bit different, because Lucas, I feel like he prefers to sculpt rounder shapes and I don't know, more fairy tale a little bit, and this guy is slick and smooth, but in more the decided way. Not sure how to say it, but he has the shapes are just more dynamic. Oh, very cool. I haven't seen your version. Can you post it? Minimancer? I would like to paint another cozy. Oh, and I painted 2 of them. So, and I would have the idea for another one. So, yeah. And in general, for me, the perfect busts are those very simple ones, because they have the most space to work with. Yeah, you can, or you can put the link in the chat, because I am allowing the links in the chat. Okay, this wash is new, and we want an older one. Okay, this one. But did you remove the handle of the mug, or did you keep it intact? Yeah, by mistake, with holding the mug in two hands. But this is a very good idea as well. The deepest painter immersion. Okay, so I have Gucci Violet. Or behind her ear. I think that her ear is visible. It could be cute, but also I think that the hair is obstructing a little bit too much. And GW washes are great for filters, because they have the perfect consistency anyway. Okay, so I will go over this again and try to paint some shadows. Also, it doesn't look perfect because I didn't glue the tufts over there because I was lazy. I may add them later, I'm not sure. And some of the surfaces are glossy underneath the tuft, so it will look best after I will varnish it. Oh, and guys, I'm not sure if you've heard, but there is a Best for Minis Discord. I will maybe paste the link, the invite in the chat a little bit later. But you can go there and check it out. Oh, right, this is the link. Go click it. Go click it, guys. Be nice and be active. Very cool version of Cozy. And you've actually painted the handle just in black, and it works. So very good decision. Contest. I want a contest. Contests are great. What can we win in the contest? Like, is it a prize of honor? Or something, I don't know, different? Is it a colorful nickname on the Discord? Actually, painting something dark or black is the perfect way to hide it in the painting. So very sneaky and very successful. Yeah, I would give it I would give the colorful nick to the winner of. For example, like if someone wins the contest, he has the colorful nick for a month, for example, or you can have like the community of the winners. And this is the perfect way to make someone feel very special. Painted black. You know, guys, even the Beatles were thinking about it. Okay, so this is not the perfect job, but like we are on the way, right? We are traveling into the direction of success, and we are making everything better with each step. So as you can see, I wasn't very subtle with it, but it's already working better and better. And I will. So right now we did the shadows. I like to go first in this direction because it just ties everything together, makes all of the textures like work nicer. And now I will. I think that I will go with the dry brushing in the lighter color, and I will go with the dry brush even over those darker areas to bring the texture up. And then I will go over like the lightest with another layer of dry brush to make it the lightest. But of course not everywhere, because for example the back doesn't need to be highlighted that much because it's in the shadow a little bit more. And I think that the lighter areas will be over here and maybe over here. Yeah, like on the top of the hood. Like basically the same lighting situation I got right now, because the top middle of the hood is the lightest. And then I think that I will add a little bit of lighter texture over here and highlight over here. I was thinking about making a Best for Minis Marine chapter. Everyone can be creative with how he understands Best for Mini and got wild. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I think that would be a nice idea. Like people participating in the contest are meant to paint a miniature for the chapter. It may be Rolling Stones, I'm not sure. I'm not very versed with music, but one of the older bands, and please don't be mad at me if you are a fan. Yeah, but exactly the song that Kujo is citing, yeah. I've heard that okay, I didn't hear about that, but maybe the Beatles thought about it first, and then Rolling Stones just magically made the song or something. Okay, so we have the base done, and I will go with the highlight color. Good color, like good paint for this. If you don't want to mix it. Would be something that is not very saturated and also has good coverage, because this is basically the perfect color for dry brushing anything. Funnier my way? Like, you mean the Beatles Painted Black? Maybe they have the song Painted Black, you never know. In like 5 years you will get like a new old the Beatles album with the songs that they wrote when they were kids, but their parents found them only like 50 years after their deaths or something like that. Okay, so I have luminous green, which I think that will be too bright. Let's have a look for something different, something else, something maybe premixed that will make my life easier. Something like this from Up Tailung. I will maybe keep it over here. See guys, AK is sponsoring me, guys. Buy stuff from them, please. And also write them a nice message that you bought it because I made you. Oh, this color. This is nice. I think that I will try to use it. Also, it may be too dark, but I will never know until I will try. Animals. So, for example, my cat. Sorry for a bad joke. Okay, and the next step in dry brushing is to find a nice brush for dry brushing. Jesus Christ, I don't want to know how many Raphaels I have over here and how much cash is just dying in my drawer. Okay, this one is better, I think. I've tried Escoda, I hate them, but you may like it and it's okay. I like Raphael's the most, like right now I like Rosemary and Code the most, and also I have affiliate code which I never use and I forgot about it. And if I don't have the like Rosemary's available, then I like to use Raphael's, and then if I'm really out of options, I go for Winsor and Newton. But also, my student got brushes from Green Stuff World and they look pretty okay. I kind of want to try them, but also it's Green Stuff World. So I don't feel like I should support them with my money for all of the drama and stolen box art and stuff like that. See, going through the with the dry brush, Okay, so what are the dangers that, like, what, maybe not dangers, but what are the issues we may get over here? For me, the biggest issue is when either the bristles of the tufts are like falling out, and you can see like very clearly that they are like very straight lines. Sometimes they look tacky and not that good. So I now have something on your hand to just pull out that not nice I don't know, bristles or fibers. Yeah, Gustav Ward reposts your art, but also, like, you know, if they there is the issue if anyone from Green Stuff World saves anything on his computer, it may become their next box art for just with the altered colors. So thank you for this kind of repost. I'm pretty sure that they rebranded them from somewhere else. Because this is like their, like, pretty sure, like, allegedly, right? Because this is like their favorite way to go. Find a nice product and then just repackage it and try to sell it on European market. I shouldn't be shitting on Green Stuff World that much, but I don't care. Go away, bristle or fiber. Like, see, this one is constantly like going back and I don't want it. Yeah, they did that shit and they got away with it anyway, so, you know. Like, there is a lot of companies that did very strange stuff in the past, but most of them learned on their mistakes. And Green Stuff Watch is just like, whatever. Another day, another scam. Of course, I'm not saying that all of like their products are scams, but they're sometimes just doing very scammy stuff. Okay, so for the tufts, right now I'm missing a little bit over here, like this intermediate texture that would be something in between those tufts over here and the flat surface over here. I will see how I will go around it. I think that I can save it by creating like the ground texture, because I want the hood to be basically a like, how to call it, like gravel or something like that the grass is just, you know, growing on. So maybe it will work. If it won't work, I will go back with those little tufts from Mini Nature and I will just cut them up and glue like this little buffer line over here. Either way, I made it, like, I may be successful in making it work, I may be not, we'll see in the future. Just have in mind that you can glue anything on any surface in any stage of painting, basically. Yeah, what rebranded? Oh, this is like the fresh stuff they just came up with on their own. Hey Shaza. Sometimes if the brushing is not working, if the dry brushing is not working with the tuft, you can just poke it with your finger and it should work again. Yeah, me too. I'm actually, I tried to grow a little bit of grass on my balcony during the summer, and it was harder to keep it up than I anticipated. Like grass for my cats, of course. But it's nice when you have something like green behind your window. Talking about cute stuff, I was shopping today for bird feeders for the winter, and I really hope that the birds won't be assholes and that they will actually come and use them because I've heard that it's not that easy to train the birds to come to your garden, but we will see how it works. But are your lemon trees like how big they get? Like, are there like those like miniature bonsai lemon trees, or are they able to produce a lemon actually? Five inches. How much is 5 inches? Like, okay, so they are like this big. Oh, or this big. can like which scale are there? Good job. So how long are you? When did you start growing them? Like this summer, maybe? Or like last year? Start of summer. Okay, so they are growing in a like nice tempo, I would say. And you started from the Jesus Christ, not the bean, but like the citrus version of a bean. Seed. Oh, seed. This is the question. And germinated. Oh, okay. So germination means that you are growing them from like the start, from like the a little seed into like those saplings, right? When I first heard like the germination, I thought that it's like some kind of rat coming into your home or something like that. I'm not sure why. It just sounds not like something connected to plants for me. Maybe because vermins and vermination, something like that. extermination, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so I am layering my dry brush. And as you can see, those tufts look completely different in the beginning, and they look completely different right now, and they will look different in like 10 minutes. So it's evolving, it's growing with us. We are cultivating, we are growing, we are germinating. And it's kind of dry brushing, but also I'm using a not very dry paint. So this is the heavy body straight from the tube, but I'm not making it dry, but I'm also not making it wetter. So I'm just painting with the pure paint, and I would do the same for the paints from the pots. So it's in a way it's a wet dry brush, but also the texture is so strong that it's very easy to dry brush over here. And if you have darker base and you do like this dry brush with like a lot lighter color, you get like this little texture going around, and it looks very, very interesting and very cool. Also tomorrow I'm doing a feedback stream around the similar hour, so around 9 p.m. CET. So if you have anything that's you would like hear me commenting on and giving actual feedback in Photoshop, so showing or drawing on what I'm thinking about, then go into my Discord, and I will send the invitation right now. Just give me a second. Go into my Discord and post it in comment criticism, like post the pictures in the comment criticism channel. And I will comment on it tomorrow. It will be constructive criticism, of course, so I won't hate it. If in case if it's very, very bad, you may be banned from my server, but don't. It's nothing bad actually, so you can try. Don't fret. Okay, so I'm going with something lighter. I will try this luminous green. It may be too light. If it will be too light, I will go darker slightly. Sometimes the shade won't be perfect like at the first try. Don't be afraid of making mistakes and trying out stuff, because sometimes when we make a mistake, actually we are sometimes finding something interesting and something cool. So it's worth trying out stuff. And I will start over here. Hey, yeah, I did the judging. Well, it wasn't that bad, right? I was constructive. I hope so, at least. And it wasn't a kindergarten. So, see, it makes it a lot brighter. But I think that the tuft over here is too bright, and I will go over it with a shade, I suppose. But in the end, when I will just maybe trying to tie everything together. What big tiger thing? Oh yeah, with yeah, like I didn't want to shit too much on it, but also like it's you shouldn't be able to like win just because you made a complicated base. And of course, like it was a very good base and it was very, very nice, but the whole painting should be consistent, and this piece wasn't consistent because again the base was nice, but the painting wasn't on the same level. See how nice it's working together? So fluffy. Like competitions are a little bit different, but also like competitions are, I don't know how to say it. It really depends. Competitions depend on the quality of judging, basically. So I don't want to, talk bad about this and that competitions, but just from my judging experience, you really need to have either very good set of judging of rules for judges, or you need to have very good judging team / very responsible and very like aware head judge to have like very consistent judging experience for the competition. And like when I submit something into a competition right now, especially into the older like the competitions that are happening in real life, I know that usually the judging teams are not consistent. Like they are like, this is just a set of different people with different experiences and different like priorities in painting. And I know that those priorities usually are not the same priorities as mine are, and so I have like this connection between the stuff that I actually prize in painting and I try to make it work and I try to display it in my works. And I just know that some people won't get it, they don't get it. And for example, for them, the most important stuff in the competition piece is a perfect blends, right? About which I don't care almost at all. I always have very bad time when I try to blend something perfectly. I definitely can do it because this is like for me it's a requirement of being a good painter. Like have the technical abilities, and then you can consciously either use them or not use them. in your painting. And I would prefer to not use perfect blending because for me it's completely boring. If I don't really want to create like this particular effect in my painting, I don't want to blend something. And I know that I have to blend for most of the competitions because people don't get the stuff that is not blended, or God forbid that is too textured actually. So I just know, like, for example, I went for contrast this year, and I knew that some categories are judged by judging, like which categories are more or less judged by who, and I knew that in some categories I may win something, and at some categories I may actually get a bronze. So just by knowing who is judging what. And also, like, I don't like when like I actually think that every competition should have like something like a judging panel or something like that. So a discussion between judges, like public discussion between judges, like to make people understand better what were their priorities, stuff like that. Maybe not a smaller competitions, right? Maybe some competitions that are more like important. Thank you for the sub. Maybe the competitions that are more like prestigious, stuff like that, they could have like those judging panels where the judges would first of all like not even judges, like the organizers would explain stuff and criteria maybe, and then judges could talk about their priorities and discuss stuff, because people usually don't understand it. And you are submitting your work and kind of putting out there like your bravery, stuff like that, and you are submitting yourself to be judged by someone, but you don't even know what are the rules usually and what are the criteria. And I don't think that this is the way to go for the competition that is meant to mean something. Yeah, I actually think that Crimson Brush and actually Australian competitions are very good and are very progressive. And I know that there were also some European competitions, but they were like smaller ones. And I won't call any names right now because I'm not sure, because I have very bad memory. I actually think that Australian competitions are great, and they are small, but they are not expanding, but they are not leveling up. I don't remember how to say it in English, but they are growing and they are expanding in nice ways, because Australians are almost completely cut out from the Europe, and Europe is kinda old. And like you can see like the historical traditions, like the traditions from historical painting, and like those scale modeling competitions are very dominating over here. And Australia is completely new. They have not that big transfer of knowledge and experience from in between Australia and Europe, because not that many Australian painters actually came over to Europe and they didn't participate in the competitions. And also like their community is younger, and you can see that they are just trying in the right way to make everything interesting and nice, actually nice for people. And having the stream from Crimson Brush or interview with the judges, like this, in my opinion, this is the way to go. And for example, they are like the biggest competitions in Europe. They have those big ass venues with big scenes and microphones, and there is like the tone of people just walking around, and they would be actually, I think that they would be happy to listen to a panel of judges just talking about miniature painting, because people usually come for the miniature painting discussions anyway, right? So I think that it would be nice if a competitions actually in Europe would wake up and start doing something interesting. Yeah, and also at Crimson Brush we had the stream, and sometimes the talking from like you could hear the bustling of the people just standing on the side and listening to the stuff that we were talking about, but also like the emotions and the atmosphere on the in the room was very, very cool. So it, in a way, it interrupted the stream, but also it was very nice to have everyone listening. Right, so it would be like if you were cooking food for a competition and didn't know the judge doesn't like spicy food or something. Yeah, exactly. But also the judge, if he doesn't spicy food, if he doesn't like the spicy food, I think that he should be able to discuss it and also show the maturity and the knowledge. Showing that he actually understands that he may not like something, but he may know that it's valuable anyway. You could almost hear people's souls being crushed in the background. But guys, it wasn't that bad. As somebody who was across the world, it was cool to hear all the background people talking at Crimson, really felt the vibe. Yeah, it was very, very cool. I actually want to do, because right now I have my awesome creations, and usually, at least this is my expectation for the future, I want to have booths at most of the competitions, at least like the bigger ones or the ones that I really want to attend. And me and my partner were talking about streaming on the booth all the time, and so I will try out like taking our streaming my streaming setup, and I will try to set it up at one of the on the competitions. I'm not sure how it will work with the microphone and the sound levels, because actually the Crimson Brush competition showed that it's very, very hard to make the sound working correct. But we want to do the streaming on the competitions. We will see how it works. Like, I'm not sure which competition will be first next year, but we will try to make it work. And I want to do, first of all, streaming at the table, maybe having some talks with different people, but also I want to be able to just take my camera or something, just show you how the competition works and looks. So we'll see how it works. It also depends on the fact if we will be able to buy a nice and fast internet abroad. So yeah, and also I will maybe talk about, but it doesn't even matter. Like on the last SMC, like Scale Model Challenge, which happened in Eindhoven. We had we recorded one of the Sprue Cutters podcasts, and actually it was a very nice discussion. It had very natural flow, and I saw that the people were very interested. We had a very broad panel, and there was me, there was Magnus, Tuekae, Margot, and there were two more people from Historicals that I don't remember names right now. The lady called me Tatiana, so I am allowed to not remember her name, I think. And the discussion was very lively, and just like when the topic of making hello, thank you for follow. When the topic of like how to make miniatures more available for example, like, young people, or just make it broader, right, more popular, came out. Like, first of all, the guys on the discussion panel, but also like the public was very active and very interested. So, you know, doing the panel, it's just enough to like ask, like invite like 3 painters, or 3 even miniature producers, right? Because no one is talking with the miniature producers or the sculptors. Just invite like the 3 people from the business and throw one interesting topic, and the panel will just record itself. Basically, it will work on itself. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you for coming. Yeah, and you know, every competition have, like, not every competition, but every major competition in Europe have a place where there is a big scene, but no one is using the scene or those microphones for anything except the ending ceremony, and it's fucking boring, guys. Yeah, this is good idea. I don't know why people are not using it, actually. I tried to propose it for contrast for the guys to make panels, but they didn't like use my idea. So I hope that in the future it will actually work out. And I don't know, just maybe even like invite the miniature producers. I find it very interesting how the miniatures are made, how it works, like what is the process, for example, but nobody is talking about that. So for example, SMC had like this original SMC release, and they posted about it. Okay, they had a nice box art, right? But actually they could invite Karol Rudyk or Lan to talk about it, right? I know, how was it produced, what was the idea, maybe what they want to do for the next year, stuff like that. Yeah, casters keeps their techniques as secret. That is why they don't want to talk much about it. Yeah, but you don't have to invite the casters. You can invite the miniature producers, actually. Okay, Kujo, I'm waiting. I will check if you will come back. But you know, casters, sculptors, I think that's or maybe inviting. I actually think that Contrast did it well last year, but I think that they overdid it a little bit. They invited Patrick J. Jones. They overdid it a little bit because whole Contrast was about Patrick J. Jones. It was a big investment, so I understand that they wanted to milk Patrick J. Jones as much as possible, but the Contrast was actually turned into Patrick J. Jones Festival instead of Miniature Painting Festival. But you know, inviting the artists, so for example, a company could have a nice panel about how their line of miniature came into existence, and you know, inviting the artist or the artist, the you know, the illustration artist, then the sculptor, and then the owner of the brand, and just confronting the approaches and talking about like what is the passion for each of them, stuff like that. I found it very interesting. I think that people want to know about that, but no one is talking about that. I love Luca comic. I always sound super attractive to me. All the people they invite, even I am not very into comics. So this is like a comic competition, not competition, comic event. But it's actually very cool on all of the. Thank you for the follow. It's very cool on the on those cons because. They like the artist booths, stuff like that, or the fun meetups. I want to see something like that in miniature painting, but there is nothing like that right now. Like, I think that Freak Wars are actually the closest to like miniature painting con. Yeah, and I find that Freak Wars at this moment, like from like the concept competitions, is like my favorite. But if I could pick something, I would go over to Australia. In Italy, okay. So see, like, trying to do the stuff, but in miniatures. And I would also like to see a miniatures from different comics, for example, Black Sad or something like that. I know that Prey Collection or something did a nice Black Sad character, but I'm not sure if it was, you know, the official branding, stuff like that. I also know that the more money comes into stuff like this, but I just would like to see it. But again, like, for example, CD Projekt did their Siri miniature and it was kind of fail. It was very hard to paint her, to make her similar to the in-game character. So I don't know, but this is like the stuff I would like to see. Yeah, I want to make it out to Crimson Brush at some point. It's very good, and also they have very nice cookies, like Crimson Brush cookies. Okay, so I put Tenere Yellow on my wet palette. Also, you can see over here like comparison between pastel yellow from AK, which is icy yellow, I think. For example, in what is the name in Vallejo. So this is the comparison between Tenere Yellow over here, which is my favorite highlight color, and pastel yellow over here. Pastel yellow is more neutral, and I find that it's easier for like not as experienced painters to paint with, but for my taste it whitens out the colors I want to highlight too much. And Tenere Yellow is much yellower, I would say. It's warmer and more saturated, and it makes stuff more intense and more saturated, but also it's harder to paint with it unless you don't have like this confidence that either it will work or you will make it work. Yeah, so you really need to trust the process if you want to paint with stronger highlights. Bunny and Ben and Trend are the main reason I transitioned to display models and not gaming scale stuff. I know that Trend do streaming, but Bunny and Ben, like, how did they made you like transition actually, like with their posts and stuff like that? But because they are like the perfect, I think that they are very fun and very nice couple, and I like their creativity and like Bunny has very strong personal style, I think, and Ben also. So yeah, I can agree that they are very good, like to like see people different ways of painting. Oh, holes. The biggest offender. It was when Ben was streaming a bit and I had followed them both on Instagram, but was watching and chatting in their Twitches. I didn't know that Bunny was streaming, and I knew that Ben was streaming a little bit. and they are both very fun. And right now they did like this collab, the Dwarven collab, with the guy from Weta Workshops, and it's pretty nice, I would say. Can I bring some polemic? Yes, of course you can. If I won't like it, I can ban you. Just joking, of course. Bring the polemic, Danny, please. Okay, 1 second. I need to open and check it out. Oh, I've seen the art from this one, but I didn't see. Oh, this is the new Nocturna models, right? Yeah. So what is the theory? This project AI illustration. This is AI, seriously? Yeah, like I really like Nocturna, and I have big how to say it? I have very big nostalgia for it, but I don't think that this is the way for doing a good releases. And also, Danny, I'm not sure if you know, and that like few years ago they produced a line of busts very strongly inspired by the Witcher characters from the games, and CD Projekt made them take it off basically from the internet. So I'm really astounded that they didn't learn anything from this case and they are repeating it. I don't know, maybe hoping that Amazon or the House of Tolkien won't do anything, but I'm not sure. Also, like the sculpts are not that artistic. Let's call it like that. Okay, not all of them. I like Saruman, for example. Who sculpted them? If I am bitching about someone, I need to know who is it. To know if it's who am I making mad, basically. Who is the sculptor? Except the Pilgrim, based on the art of Jesus Martin. Jesus, please do more of your individual creative stuff. All the characters are based on the art of Tony Bamber, except the Pilgrim. The busts are... Okay, so where is the name of the sculptor? Tom Bamber is one guy from TikTok doing Midjourney of all the famous IPs. Hey from Barcelona. Hey from Poland to Barcelona. Hey yo. Okay, so the Midjourney guy is mentioned over here as a artist. But where is the actual sculptor? I don't know, kinda lame. And I like Nocturna a lot, so I would like it to be better. know, I feel like AI has its place in some ways of artistic work, like for example but not in a way that it exists right now. Like it should be if the oh my god, not the program, but if the algorithm was fed by stuff that was paid for and the artists agreed on, then the companies could basically generate some quick stuff to make their work easier. So for example, for designing games, if the guys could generate their textures quicker, right? Or maybe designing, they could make an AI that would help people with creating nice compositions for their paintings, stuff like that. But I don't think that's how it works right now is any good. Yeah, this seems kinda uninspired and oversculpted. Yeah, they are oversculpted. There is too much texture. And on the one hand, they are quite simple, but they have like this texture on the clock, stuff like that, and it will make the painting much harder. But again, maybe they are made for the STL painters, so there is a lot of people just wanting to print stuff and paint it very quickly with airbrush and dry brushes, like more like the figure painting, like the statues and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that, like, going back to the AI thing, I think that miniatures and all of those like miniature painting projects, they are too much rooted in artistic side of painting. So this shouldn't be like this automatic generated AI stuff that is very uninspired, as you said, but it should be more artistic and more like conscious. Yeah, exactly. The problem is not the technology. With the music, all the AI generators doesn't allow you to use the right songs. Yeah, I think that you can see over here the disproportion between the music industry, which is much more developed and more monetized, and the visual arts, which are harder to monetize. As long as you are not a very wealthy man trying to launder your money, right, on the auctions and stuff like that. I'm just waiting for Skynet, John Connor team. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Like I'm very I'm very sad for Nocturna, and I'm becoming disillusioned with their brand. I really liked them in the beginning, especially when I started painting miniatures. When I wanted to go into bigger scales, I really prized Nocturnal models, and one of my favorite miniatures ever is their Storm Griffon. I will maybe link it in the chat. Yeah, so I always wanted to have the Storm Griffon, and I was so happy when I finally got it. And like they had very cool sculpts, some of which I would paint even today, and maybe not paint, maybe buy even today. So they didn't go outdated, like the older of their older projects. They are not outdated. They are very cool even today. Where like the miniatures have evolved, right? They are evolving with each passing day. But Nocturna projects were very, very good, so they are fresh even today. And then they went into the strange ways, and they are in the bootleg Lord of the Rings right now, so kind of sad. And actually, when I was beginning my painting journey, I was thinking, oh my god, I would like to be like Jesus Martin someday, and not anymore. Yeah, this one is one of my favorite miniatures ever. And I really want to paint it someday. I really want to paint him as a Grey Warden from Dragon Age. But this is the traditional sculpt, and I'm always very careful with starting the traditional sculpt projects because they are harder to paint. And actually they are easier to paint with an airbrush than with the brush, because the traditional sculpts that are, if they are not very cleaned up, and they usually aren't, they tend to pick up the texture from the paint more, and that makes me sad, because I have very nice traditional models that I'm afraid to paint. Hey Tue! Hello! Whoop whoop for Tue! So yeah, I have this beautifully dry brushed tufts, and I need to work on them slightly more. Talking about interesting techniques and unblended miniatures, like Tue blends when he needs to, and also one of his latest paintings was painted with actually oil pastels. So, you know, like, there's interesting ways you can go with your projects and do interesting stuff. And you know, I think that the miniature painting should go in this direction a little bit more, and not only like smooth blends all the time. Okay, I will highlight it slightly more. Okay, so I have to be honest, I usually struggle with finishing the tufts, because for me they never look good enough in a way. So I will highlight them a little more in some areas. So for example, on this shoulder over here, to make them slightly more consistent, and I will go into other directions with this painting, and later I will come back to, like, I will revisit them and see how can I work them together better. Also, I hope that I didn't like make anyone mad with my strong opinions before, because I know that I sometimes sound more decisive than I actually am. So, you know, guys, everything that I am telling here is up for discussion. And I didn't glue any tufts over here, and under, like, over here it's not that visible, but in some places you don't have to glue the stuff that creates the texture, because you can paint the texture later. So I'm not always very worried about making everything perfect, because painting may shape painting may shape the end effect and create the textures if there is no texture. Yeah, happy to hear that, Mini Monster. And I will highlight over here just slightly to make it more consistent with the tuft behind. And this is the case of the miniature where not gluing everything together would be helpful, but I prefer to put as much of the miniature together as I can, because that helps me to keep the consistency with the lighting situation, stuff like that. AI composites of unpaid for uncredited art is lame, and more painters should embrace different style, because it's more interesting than everyone trying to paint the exact same way the best. Yeah, and also like you can see right now that the AI is good, but very mediocre with the goodness, and people will know better in like a year or two, because people will be bored with the blandness of AI actually. So you may get some good stuff from it, but also, hey frog, but also, you know, it's something new and fresh right now, and in like 2 or 3 years it won't be as fresh and not as impressive. I tried contrast of details by blending the focus points and leaving other areas more sketchy, but judge feedback was it looked like I haven't finished the piece. Tua gave some good feedback that I needed to make the sketchy parts more sketchy, so it's obvious that was what I was doing. Yeah, exactly. Like I usually, I agree with Tua, but if you want to be successful with the competitions, also you shouldn't assume that the judge will understand what you want to do, in a way. So if you want to be safe with the competitions and you are blending some areas, it's better to blend everything to one level, but only if you want to win something. In reality, it should work like Tua said. And also, like, it's good to predict if the effect you want to create is easy to understand for everyone. So sometimes just being very obvious is the best way to go, because that makes the viewer understand what you are doing like easier and better. And also on the miniatures, it's harder to show some ideas, because the medium is very complicated, because we are painting 2D but on 3D, and there is like this sometimes when you want to paint an idea on a flat canvas, it works even if it's complicated idea, because you are playing like the normal chess with your canvas. And we as miniature painters, we are playing like the chess 5D, because we are painting our painting on, and we want to create our composition on someone else's composition. So we sometimes need to be very, very obvious with stuff we want to do to make it readable and easy to understand. Also, Tua wanted me to pass along that they'd love to participate in chat but can't because they haven't been a follower for a month. What? Seriously? It works like that? Sorry to I will change it, but from the next stream, because I actually don't know where to change it. Also, I thought that I changed some stuff recently, and I've heard that it didn't change at all with my Twitch settings, so I'm just doing the old people internet. I think you have a setting that way right now. Yeah, I know that, like, okay, I will keep my miniature in the painting area, but I will just try to check it out quickly. Panel control network. Also, my Twitch is in Polish, so it may not help. Społeczność. Manager rank. Nope. Give me a second. Does anyone have an idea where can I turn it off? Thank you for the follow. Please help me set my chat right. Canal, aka channel. Okay, this is not this. I honestly have no idea how to change it. I can easily find where are the stuff talking about the money from Twitch, but the chat or the settings are just like one big enigma. I will try to change it from the next time maybe, but honestly I have no idea how to find it right now. Okay, so I will leave the tufts as they are, but I will, okay, maybe a little bit more highlighting over here. Just to make it slightly better. So right now I will keep it as it is. I will leave it alone and I will go into the different detailing, so probably to the stuff. I'm not yet sure how I wanted to end up. Sorry, I thought about yeah, thank you. If you knew more about the channel, it would actually be very helpful, because I am a streamer that knows nothing about Twitch, sorry. So with the rules over here, I was thinking about maybe adding like the leaves, but I'm not sure. Do you think that there should be leaves, guys? Or maybe some kind of moss? Maybe moss? But I will paint it first, and then I will add a little bit of texture with those little like foamy, textury stuff for basing. I don't remember the correct name for it, but I will find it in a second. So going back to painting, I need the brown, a brown color. Sienna. I think that it doesn't have a nice coverage, and I'm lazy, so I need premixed paint. Followers off, and but do you promise not to make my Twitch go bad? One second. Followers off. Is it a new Control Alt F4? Turn off only followers mode. Mm. Hey, thank you for the ride. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, guys, can you, Tue, can you try? Hey, Tue, we got you. Mini Manser, thank you for being my mod, or the only competent person on this channel right now. Hey, Jim. Whoop, 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 whoop. Thank you for the ride. It's very passionate over here. We are doing a lot of stuff. I just showed how I talk a lot about competitions, and I showed how I'm shading and painting my tufts. So this is it. This is a druid inspired by Radagast, and he has a grassy hoodie on him. This is the latest Supreme release. Okay, I will check if someone messaged me. Nobody messaged me on the Discord. Why, guys? This is maximum minifigure because it's a bigger scale, but it's pretty cool anyway. Yeah. Do I have any 28mm to make a comparison? Oh, bullshit. Okay, so I will make some comparisons between different sizes of the miniatures. So this is the bust, right? This is a 28mm from Infinity, and this is the miniature I actually painted for Mini Kraken book, I think, and it looks like shit on the photos, but it looks much better in person. So very good job, Natalia. This is another Infinity miniatures, one of the older ones I've painted, and as you can see, it's slightly bigger, and it's threatening the druid, like pew 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 pew, go away. And this miniature is very special for me because this is the Angry Tiger from Taiwan. Wow. Yeah, so black again. Black again. Painted black Kujo. So yeah, we are painting we are regaining our focus, and we are painting the stuff. I'm just taking some brown and we'll base coat it and then highlight it and hope that it will work nicely. Yeah, without too much glazing of the brown. So I want this stuff to be... I was thinking about one thing for the stuff, and it's a... should I do a glowing orb over here, or shouldn't I? Because if I did the glowing orb, I could do a nice... like the flying moths around the stuff would be... you know, reasonable and coherent with the storytelling, but also the stuff is like on the complete edge of the composition over here, and I'm not sure if I want to bring attention to the back of the miniature. Yeah, not sure what to do. We will see. The worst part is that the time for the decision making is ending, and because I painted most of the tufts right now, and I should decide what I want to actually do with the stuff, but I really don't want to. What do you guys think? Tua says also the model I painted with all pastels are stripped again. Oh, seriously, you stripped her? The pastel I used doesn't really work the way I hoped. They keep being soft and vulnerable, so they aren't really viable for long term, sadly. Follower only chat disabled. Time to go crazy. Yeah, you can go crazy. Like feel free for it. I just like go as crazy like as you want, but don't make me create like a moderation in my channel, because I don't want that. Okay, Tua, so do you have any idea what may work for your like the texture feels and texture expectations? Thank you, Minimancer. I will check it out. The model got a new paint job that Tua is way happier with. Did you post it on your social media anywhere? If you did, you can paste it in the chat for everyone to click on. Okay, so I'm just doing a lazy base coat with the brown, and now I will go into my violet shadows. If I was to paint a Balrog, my Balrog would be actually glowing with violet. Thank you for the follow. Give me my violet. Neon Balrog. Violet neon. That would be good. Are you doing a feedback stream tomorrow? If so, what channel we spam pics into? Please spam your pics into the comment criticism channel on my Discord, and I will post an invitation right now. And just give me a second. There is also an invitation in my Twitch description, but it doesn't work, so don't mind that. Go to my Discord, guys, please, 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 please. Thank you for this tip, Minimaster. I will check it out. Violet. I was looking for violet. Where is it? Give me my violet. Like, I use it so often that I would like to have a option on my phone, like ring my violet paint tube, so I could find it immediately, or it should start glowing violet. Now, not only finished pieces, you can post whatever you want, but if it's less completed, then a short description would be welcomed, because I'm happy to give feedback, but I don't know what you want to paint actually, so if it's not placed on the miniature, you describing it to me would be very helpful for the feedback to be actually useful in any way. Why there is no violet? I need another violet tube. Okay, it's here. The model hasn't been posted yet. It'll come after Monty. Ooh, I didn't have time for better pics. So you are on Monty right now? Is Monty right now or in a week? Montesano. Miniature composition. Am I doing a ASMR of the keyboard card right now? Jesus Christ, keyboard cut right now, guys? It's in 5 days. Okay. So I need to wish everyone to have fun again, because I thought that it's this week. I'm leaving for Monte tomorrow, arriving on Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday. So we will have nice few days in Italy, right? Right. Have some nice food. I'm really like, when I'm thinking about going to Monte, I'm thinking about the food. I'm just basic like that. Okay, so for the people that don't know how I like to paint with colored shadows. That's why my Balrog would be violet, because I like to use violet as my shadow color, right? Very funny joke. I know, Natalia. I'm taking my nice Abteilung violet dark heavy body color. I like it because it's half transparent and it's pure pigment, so it doesn't disturb my mixes. And I just added to my base color, which is brown in this case. Yeah, that's what we go early to. Lots of feuds. Yeah. I envy you too. Maybe like I really want to go to Monte, so maybe next year. And like my optimal good time in Monte would be to have a nice Airbnb with a nice location close to a restaurant that is placed in very beautiful surrounding and has very good food, so I could just sit there, eat and look at the nice views, and then regret that I have to move at all and try to get back to Airbnb. Monty looks cozy. Yep, I agree. But also I've heard that you need to be very quick with your room reservations if you don't want to be in very far location. That's almost exactly what you do to us. So what is the difference? How different is your strategy to mine strategy? Yes, I'm barefoot. Oh yeah, that looking at miniatures is very a very good idea as well. Drive faster! Okay, so the shadows are more or less sketched in. They don't work perfectly, so we can fix them slightly by dragging it more into the front. Yeah, I realized this year at SMC, like having for the first time my own booth with my own products, which are also miniatures, also creations. Remember that we are going live next month, like a month. Online sale will start next month. No, this month. It's November already. Oh my god. So yeah, like this year at SMC we had our small booth for the first time, and I realized how like little time I will have on the competitions for anything fun aside like doing the booth activities from now on. And I was a bit sad because just going around talking with people, seeing stuff, discussing was so fun always. Or just going around the competition, like just between the display cabinets for like 3 or 4 times. And that at SMC I had like 20 minutes on Sunday, and that's all. The 2 miniatures are for dessert for you. Yeah, but you know, we are going for the competitions to discuss and spend the time with people, and you need a lot of energy to have your brain thinking all the time. So this is, you know, this is basically self-care. You need to concentrate on the food to have energy for anything. Just setting your priorities straight is always very important, and I'm happy that you are a grown-up that understands that. I didn't think about that for yesterday, for example, and it was BlizzCon, and I watched the new cinematic for World of Warcraft without a pizza in my hand, and I was kind of happy because, you know, new World of Warcraft cinematic is always great, but then it could be even better. But then next time I will improve. No, thank you. Spread where is delete? Delete. How can I delete it, guys? Okay, so Natalia is learning how to do stuff. How can I delete stuff? This is pin, this is reply. Man, how can I ban you? Right click, I guess. It doesn't work. I know how to ban him, but I don't know how to remove it. How to remove it? Okay, I will just ban him. Maybe it will disappear. Did it stay? No, it didn't. I got a level up. You know, your brain may run on ham and cheese, and my brain is running on croissants and coffee. Oh, okay, thank you, Sami. First ban. I think that 2 years ago, when I actually started streaming, I banned someone, but it was so long ago that my brain basically lost this ability. it was forgotten. Okay, so we have very introduction, very basic highlights. I kind of want to troll a little bit more than actually paint today, but I will try to focus and try to paint something useful. If it was my first ban, you could see that it would be like the achievement pop-up and plus 500 experience points. Also, I will have to decide pretty soon how I want to paint the shrooms on the stuff. And this is the another decision I really don't want to take or make. Tua says that I shouldn't paint the stuff top bright. It'll draw too much attention. Yeah, I agree, but I also don't want to make it too like not interesting. But maybe dark reds and then some greens over here, but it will be dark again, and I don't want this stuff to be like I know, like this old wood dark. I want it to be like kind of fresh in a way. Second one is not as fun as the first one, yeah. Red could maybe work because of the orange in the back. Yeah, this is my thinking, basically. And also I will be adding some more stuff over here. Like maybe the moths or butterflies, because I think that you guys missed it, but I have like those beautiful butterflies. Jesus Christ. I have these beautiful butterflies that I will use later, but I've lost one of them already, wherever he is. Oh, he's drowning in my spilled water, paint water basically, sorry guys, and in a cat hair. So I have like this little butterfly. Butterfly goes brrr. Yeah, so there is the butterfly, and I want to repaint him probably, and I think that I will stack one butterfly over here, and then I had this idea of making these butterflies into the moths that would be flying around the orb in this stuff, but again it would draw the attention away from his face. And also I don't think that the shading situation is like very good for painting OSL on the end of the stuff. So I will probably ditch the idea, but I kinda like it. I'd probably echo the hair color so it gets spillover attention. Yep, I agree. Okay, so you are making me into painting it orange. Spots with the hair color maybe. Yep. I don't think that the spots would work. I think that the base color. Like, I mean, they could work, but I find the spots on the shrooms, this is very particular painting experience for me, but I find spots on the shrooms very problematic. You don't have to share the same experiences as I. Could just paint a big bright bullseye on his nose to bring focus on the face. I could paint big eyes on the shrooms, and that would totally disrupt this composition. Like over here, like googly eyes. Okay, I will go with the orange, and I will stop overthinking it, because I just need to do it and make my dreams come true instead of thinking about how much I don't want to paint this color. Say the most idea for a different project. The idea is great, but not a good fit for this model. You may be right, Tua. You were the element of like this voice of balance I needed for this one, because I kinda had like this very broad and general idea what I wanted to do with him right now, but I don't have the details figured out, and I struggle in moments like that because I like to have everything planned out, or at least most of the stuff. I didn't shake the paint, sadly. I have this miniature, which was a gift for my boyfriend, and I think that the mods would actually fit her, right? But different colors. Also, and guys, everyone else in the chat also, what do you think about her dress? What color would be nice? It was light violet before, but I didn't like it that much, and I changed it into green because I thought that the green flowered dress would be nice, but I hate it, and I don't know what to do right now with her. It was like this color, this lilac, or I don't know how to say it, how to call it. Or maybe pink? Should I make it pink to be cute? My issue with this dress is that like it's for my liking, it's too well sculpted, so it's too regular. If she has so many flowers going around, I would like the dress to be more organic in a way, I think. And because it's more like realistic than I would like to actually paint her right now, I struggle with it. Yeah, black. I was thinking that opposite to black, then maybe white, but also the white is bright and the cut would be not as exposed as I would like it. Cover it with tufts. You know that actually it may work. I could, if I painted the grass texture on the lower parts and added tufts all over, the flatter ones, I think that it would actually, it may work. But also, like seriously talking about this idea, the tufts add bulkiness, so she would have like this puff over here and over here and over here, and her, like, I don't think that it would be good for the composition, but the idea is pretty cool. Orange hair and green color would match great with orange mushrooms, and green root would be a really good echo for the wizard. Yeah, I will do the orange shrooms. I agree with the repetition of the color. Oh, also, like, you have the two red hairs over here, and you can see that I really like this color as the red hat base. And it looks completely different on the wet palette than in reality. In reality it looks more like this. On the wet palette it looks crazy right now. I actually used very similar color scheme with these greens and red hats. That means that I need to explore more options for my highlights and shadows, and not only Tenere and Violet. Work! Where is the best tool in my workshop? My trusty needle. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay, almost perfect. Is it the same model? She just moved to the woods and grew a bird. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think that this paint is getting old because it starts to clog up. I have no idea why this one looks differently to this one, because maybe because the medium is not mixed over here and here it's mixed better. Very strange. Would be cool to paint dress for delicate color, like a light summer dress in pastel color, either a light blue or light pink, maybe pale salmon. Okay, I will go for the pink, I think. Or maybe salmon pink. Maybe salmon? I have the issue with salmon that I kinda like it, but also I kinda don't like it. But I think that I will push myself into the salmon area. Okay, so if I am using the, if I am repeating the colors, right? So I have the red hair over here, and I want to add some other details in a later stage. I'm not yet sure which one, and I'm not sure what color will they be. I think that it would be good to actually repeat the colors of the details as well over here. But now I have to come up with the idea of what the color of the detail will be. Will it be? Not good. Yeah, you are right too. So pink. Pale salmon. I will paint pale salmon on Neko Galaxy box art I'm painting, because the girl is has darker skin color, so it will cut out nicely. Okay, I will paint those tree shrubs in the reddish color as well, just a little bit. Yeah, I think this is the nice line. If I knew that I will do something like this, I would add one more shroom over here maybe to make the line even more visible, so the flow would be better. But I can just add a little bit of color, right? Nobody cares. Nice, I think that it's nice. Maybe white details? What do you think, guys? I have those little white flowers, but I already did them on Mama Bucho, so I'm not sure if I should repeat them. Or maybe I should add some kind of like, not vines, but like those, sometimes when you have the tree, it has like this moss, but it's not completely moss. Sometimes it has like those different textures, like more leafy and a little bit white. Maybe I should add it on the top of his hoodie. Something like that, and it would be like this harsh white, but with the darker base, like texture. But I'm not sure if it wouldn't be too neutral on the other hand. Damn it. Yeah, lichen? I think so. Let me Google it. I agree, but I have to Google it. Yeah, exactly. And this is actually something I always wanted to paint on the miniature. So I could do a lichen or lichen. I could do it in the different colors, like over here maybe. I will paste it in the chat. Is it the right copy? Yeah, this is the right copy. Okay, I don't want the ban option visible. I want the chat option to be visible. Maybe something like that. Kujo, the auto mod, wanted to ban your message. So something like that. Yeah, I think that I could do it. Again, this is not a lazy option for me because I have to figure out how to make the texture, but maybe ask a little white freehand on his belt drag pouch to frame the face more completely. I wanted to paint a leaf texture on his because like this is sculpted. This is not very this is not very well visible because it's dark, but this has like, this is a leather on the one hand, but also this has this nice like thin but old leather, and I thought that it may actually work as leaves from, I know, something like maybe from Lothorian, and I wanted to paint it as leaves basically, but it doesn't have to be green leaves. It can be like any other kind of leaves, right? Doesn't like dashes for some reason. Yep, it's dashist. Oh, that's a very cool version, especially with the colors and the little weird shapes. I think that we can go work with this kind of texture. Yeah, I think so. And also I could add them over here in place of leaves. This is going somewhere. So for the details, because I didn't discuss them like currently, I want to do a little bit of moss or something over here. So the moss would be repeated on the dress or the, like, I don't know, the clothing, and over here maybe, and somewhere over here, just to add this more of the organic feel, because you know, like this grassy hood is not something you see on everyone, so I wanted to make his clothing more organic in general, and also do the pouch or the bag in a leafy like texture in a way, but very creative interpretation. I'm not sure what the color should be. Again, I don't know why I struggle with colors with this project so strongly. So, and I think that the Lihan would be actually very cool addition for this interpretation and would make it very original and very individual, because I already painted Mama Bucho with the flowers, and the flowers are the easy way to go when I'm gluing the tufts on, right? So the Lihan is the way, I think. Yeah, and it would correspond maybe with the texture on the back if I did the texture in a nice way, which will be hard for me. So maybe I will just sketch it in. And this is the good the back and all of those ideas. This is the good example of forcing the obvious interpretation for the brain of the viewer, basically. So I have this idea for this bag, but it will be, I think that it will be hard to make it work, and I really need to paint it in a very obvious way, in my opinion at least. So I'm doing an almost complete circle with the green moss stuff. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I really wanted, because you know, it looks, I don't want the grass to look out of place, and also I wanted his bird to be like green on the end, so I think that I could add some lichen to the bird even in a way, because I wanted to add some texture to it, because right now it's very, I don't know, I wanted to make it sleek because it's very shiny on the top, so I thought that it would continue over here, but it doesn't look right in my opinion. So I need to revisit in a way, and I think that adding a little bit of lichen or lichen, wherever in the places would actually make it work. Because there is the Cormac sculpted by Lucas Pina from Black Crow, and he has those, I don't know, shrooms or leaves in his bird. I will paste it in the chat. And it works great. It would work like terrifically well for this one, I think. Okay, is it the right link? Yes, this is the good link. Okay, so this one. Does it work? Jesus Christ, it doesn't work. Give me a second. Okay, so we have the straight to the store link. You can go buy it. His bird right now makes me think of the algae that grows on sloths. What is sloth? Sloth. They have algae? Algae? Like, why? The algae is on the sloth? Seriously, I didn't know about that. It's very interesting. The more you know. This is great. I love it. Yeah, totally like calculated decision on my part. Very cool. But are the algae friendly to the sloth? Yeah, Matteo, I thought at first that this may be like the sloth may be like some kind of tree that has a special algae, because I didn't anticipate that sloths may be so slow for the algae to. Oh my god! I just thought that there is like a random fuzz on the stuff, and it's something I actually put there intentionally. Okay, so I will paint it dark to not troll myself with it anymore. I think that questionable evolution is very good name for sloth. Yeah, it's weird but very cool. The more you know. I enjoy this stream a lot because it really shapes the Wanderer in a great direction, I think. Greetings from Mexico. Hello, Mexico. Whoop, 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 whoop. No, I haven't painted this piece. Yaitosoi? Yaitosoi? Sorry for mispronunciation. I started painting him, but I decided to repaint him a little bit because this is like, I have only one copy of this bust, and this is one of my favorite miniatures ever, actually, and I started painting him a while ago. This was my it was gifted to me by my very dear friend as a birthday gift, and I really prized this one a lot. But my issue was that he's so open and so natural that I didn't know how exactly I want to paint him, and my ideas weren't cool enough for me, basically. So I started painting him a while ago, and basically right now the only thing that is left is his red hair and skin, and I recently on the stream just started repainting him, and I glued the tufts on his hood, stuff like that. And thank you for the compliment. You can link, also you can link your Instagram on the chat. I don't mind that. He's my beast rights. Yeah, I did. Slash Hammer composition. Yeah, this is actually a very good name. Yep, and sometimes when you have very interesting and very intense idea to show on the miniature, sometimes it's actually good to like tone down other ideas you wanted to place in the miniature, or even scratch them and put them in another project, maybe a project dedicated for this interesting idea. Because sometimes you just need to make the one strong idea or interpretation shine. I get so tired of people always saying less is more. That's true sometimes, but not always. Yes, but with strong ideas, sometimes the one more is the biggest dedication. Or the biggest investment you should dedicate yourself in the painting, because painting on miniatures is very complicated and if you are doing the complicated ideas, like 3 complicated ideas in one painting, maybe too much. So this is the issue with miniatures, sadly. Okay, so we have and also with this one, I think that I can work with the algae, for example, which are very complicated concept. Like maybe not very complicated, but they are very rich and very different. So I can put a lot of like different textures on this one, because this miniature has very clean and very open composition, and it basically allows me to work in such a complicated idea. I constantly push Dr. Hacksaw at the studio. Dr. Hacksaw solves many compositional problems and he makes it easier to make room for you. Yeah, exactly. I agree 300%. Also, never be afraid to cut your miniatures after you started painting it. It's not sacred. You can always change it and make it different. Limit the ideas, but you don't have to always tone the ideas themselves down. Just not use all of them. Yeah, exactly. That may be the solution as well. Basically, being aware of the ideas and their intensity, and that's enough. The issue appears if you are not aware of it, and you try to put all of the great ideas into one painting because they are great. And I can agree, they are great, but sometimes they are just too much. Yeah, and this is the issue sometimes. I'm not saying that it's issue for you, Minimancer, but this is something I sometimes have to often say to less experienced painters. You don't have to be a professional painter to have your opinions, right? This opinion is pretty legit, I would say, also. And sometimes you don't need to be painter at all to have good opinions, also. My cat is snorting in a very silent but a very original way. Cute. Oh my god. Okay, she is breathing. I got worried for a while. Hey Reino! Most grave new ideas at shows you find in standard, not the master categories of the shows. Yeah, I agree. That's why I usually prefer standard actually, because master category usually it's quite boring. I actually don't know why. Like I enjoy, like this is the compliment coming, but I enjoy yours Akatue. Hey Harley Davidson, vroom vroom. I enjoy yours Akatue works and Andy Andrew Waits, and because they are creative and they are like fresh and interesting, and like most of the masters aren't that interesting actually, because people tend to focus, first of all, masters are full of commissions and it's very like often very, I would say, basic paintings and safe paintings. I would also say like they are very good technically, because like the guys that collectors usually expect very high technical skills, but not always that much creativity. And I find it strange, because when you have an artist that you like to commission stuff to, like why people always anticipate good blends and stuff like that? Why not the actual artistry from artist? Why? Do you manage to paint the backpacker from Bolt? No, I didn't. I have very good idea for it and I would like to paint it actually. But I didn't get to it. But it's a very cool idea. I will be painting ironically, I will paint a commission of the Dinner Rider in winter, like in a month or two. I will have to see like when it will be printed. So ironically, it will be probably the first one from Bolt I will paint from that Kickstarter. Is because most of the stuff I master is done commercially in some way. Consumers tend to want conservative stuff. Collectors are just consumers with more. Yeah, this is true. So I thought that I have a cat in the back. Yeah, they are consumers, but also they are collectors. Like this is the. I know, I don't want to bitch about people and their, workflow and stuff like that. Everyone can spend their money on wherever they want. But, the miniature is like the very specific, newborn art that is just in its shapings, I feel like. So, like, I think that it will become more creative in time, and maybe the values will be different, and they are different already than they were different like 15 years ago, because you can see actually that fantasy painting came like at least as far as I know, fantasy painting was born in like this cross between historical painting and Warhammer, and like those fantasy like very strong tropes mixed into that, and the technical technical finish was very important in the beginning, and it starts changing in like the later years. The more creative painting is more and more cool and trendy, and I think that it will just expand more and more. Hey El Diablo, I had similar thoughts back in school. I had friends who could do almost photorealistic drawings, which is cool, very technically proficient but boring. I was always more worried about being interesting or cool than technically clean. Hey, thanks Ben for coming by. Yeah, exactly. Like, and you know, like, it's okay for everyone to have like different approach and different priorities. But also, I don't know, when you are doing something artistic, I think that you should strive for being artistic or like fresh in a way. So doing photorealism is okay, but like do something with it, and not only for being photorealistic. And again, you know, like, it's not okay to tell someone what he should do with his art, but I know this is like, you know, this is my opinions and this is my approach. So I think that even if someone is good like with a photorealistic stuff, then he can do something interesting with the photorealistic stuff. I think miniature painting will split again some way fantasy split off from historical. I think creative will split off from the more smooth and rendered stuff. Yeah, I think that it has to split off, but at this moment I cannot imagine how and in what time frame it would go this way. It's very hard to imagine for me. Maybe it's coming actually, because more and more people is talking about having actually miniature art exhibitions in place of competitions, and I think that competitions belong more in the hobby and in the older approach, and the exhibition belongs more in the artistic aspect. Yeah. Hello, Kujo. And this is, first of all, this is interesting, and second of all, this should be discussed at the panels on the competitions, I think. The split in Monte SMC versus Golden Demon is already a very clear split. Yeah, but also right now with the Monty and SMC, there is this issue, like I didn't attend SMC, like Monte yet, so I'm not sure how it works, but I know that Monty has historical painting and historical categories, right? And I think that it actually originated with historicals. And my theory is that right now the fantasy painting needs to split from the historicals, and so it would be more free, and so it would work better on its own, because I don't think that judging the fantasy paintings or the artistic fantasy works with the same criteria as the historical paintings. And even though fantasy painting is judged slightly different, the premise for all of the competitions is historical, basically, and the old ways. And I tried to, like, for the past half a year, maybe longer, I was trying to come up with the ideas of how to make a good miniature event that would have exhibition in place of competition, and how to basically maybe make people want to come. And like I also gathered a lot of ideas from the different people and different opinions. And right now, in my opinion, it should be an exhibition. So I'm not sure what the criteria for the exhibition would be. So who could exhibit? In my mind, everyone should be able to exhibit in this kind of event. And there would be basically the whole time on the side of the exhibition, there would be discussion panels about different topics, and there would be like, instead of having the jury, that usually serves as like this celebrity group on the competitions, I would have like those different guests invited to speak in the panels, and those guests would be able to select like different works on the whole exhibition and just give them their like the prize from them. The prize wouldn't be any kind of medal, but just a prize of this one guy from the jury, and he would have to argument why he likes this one the most from all of the competition, maybe, or like 2 or 3 works, and that would maybe bring like this something interesting into the competition. But I don't really think that actually any competition would require something like that. It's just a gimmick, basically. Well, in maybe 10 years, historically, we either die or be reborn, so maybe there's a new coming from that side as well. If you do that, even I'll come. Yeah, the issue is, first of all, should I do it? Like, I know that I want to, but there is so many events happening already. And the second, like, is how to do it. Like, I have, like, I spoke with a friend about it with a friend, and there is the option, and I actually think that it would be the good direction of organizing something like that in Poland, because in Poland it's the easiest for me. But also I think that any European city with the close airport would be nice. But the issue is that I have no experience with organizing stuff like that, and second of all is like, I know this is just complicated enterprise in general. Yeah, but like, I'm trying to, and it's not only me, of course. I'm just talking about that. So this is very like hard concept to come up with, and also I don't see anyone else trying to make it exist and have it done. So when I hear anyone from my friends just talking, okay, I want to do something with, create something new, I'm just telling everyone, okay, I want to help. So in general, my perfect like outcome of the situation would be one of my friends telling me, okay, Natalia, I have this idea for this, and this, and I would think, okay, this is exactly what I want to do, and I would be the happiest to help. But because doing something, from scratch on your own is like very hard. It would be cool to have like your own little artist station where you could talk to people about your pieces, to explain the story and point out the tiny details that may be missed, but I guess that's out. Actually, this is not a lot because there is, if there is a venue, and I actually think that if there would be the exhibition where the people would come anyway to see the works, I think that the perfectly fine thing to do is to have like this booth, like this, hello, what camera do you use? The color of miniature is great. I will come to that in a minute, okay? So I think that if we would have like this exhibition event and people would be coming to the places, I think that it would be totally legit for the companies, the producers of the miniatures, to have their booths on this like special area. But also I think that having this legit artist alley would be like totally okay as well. And actually artists could sit like down. I really liked during Freak Wars, I really liked Masklan's Miniatures Academy booth, because he was just sitting there talking with people, Masklans and Jero, and I think that this is something that more and more painters should represent, and I want to start doing something like that with my booth with awesome creations. So I thought like earlier on the stream that me and my partner actually had the plan to stream from one of the competitions. Like I shouldn't be talking about that because someone like a Green Stuff World can be watching and just copying creative ideas. But like, yeah, I think that more and more artists should be actually more active as identity on the events. An idea, if organizing something, don't instead run something small and let it grow. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, this is my approach. I mean, if you find a hotel with a single meeting room you can rent, just set a date and let people know that it's going on, and just let people book rooms. Yeah, this is like my approach, that I don't want to do SMC at the first edition. I want to do something smaller with my expectations, like for the future expansion, and then seeing how it actually grow, how it's actually growing, and like just curating it in a direction. And also, I think that a responsible way for creating any kind of event is to not being the sole author of it. I would like to have, my ideas working, but also like different people coming and working with me on it, and maybe so it would just function even without me, right? So it would be an event and not mine event, basically. What camera am I using? I'm using Panasonic Lumix. Something. I'm not sure what exactly it is. And I have I don't remember how it's called, lens that is from Panasonic as well. Yeah, but I'm not good with photography and stuff like that, so don't ask me about the details. 1 second. I don't know, honestly. What is it? I cannot find the name. If you will know me where to look for the sign, I will read it on my body, but I don't have idea where it may be right now. It's Lumix. Okay, chill. Yeah, I would like to know myself what is it, so yeah, DMC. Oh, I found it. JX80. Got it. The best time at shows are always just after or before the contest, when people just hang out with miniatures and talk. Running an event with only that would be great. Yeah, but you know what? This is the issue. The issue is that running a event after the other event may create drama, and I don't want the drama, and also I don't want to have any connotations, and I don't want to go deeper into that. But yeah, it's just complicated. So yeah, that would be cool, seeing something like that appearing. And we will see how it goes. I was happy to have this opportunity to travel to Australia, because I saw how differently and how much more fresh the stuff can be done. And I can comment on this event being that, and that the other event being this, but also create organizing anything is very hard, and I appreciate each of the organizers, and I acknowledge that it's it's very hard to do anything big and complicated and coordinating a lot of people. and I didn't organize myself anything yet, aside some of like this very casual internet competitions. So my idea about not being central to your own event is very healthy. It's one of the 4 DING principles of Chromonaut. Yeah, but for Chromonaut, it was actually harder to find you guys. And I did like it's in general understanding the idea was kind of hard when I started painting miniatures, because I was very interested in your approach to painting and with what you are doing, and I wanted to know more, and usually googling one name is enough. And in case of Chromonaut, it was harder to find like resources. And in general with miniatures, when you want to know anything about any kind of event or basically any kind of stuff that was happening like 5 years ago or 2 years ago, there is no way to find out. You just have to Google and try to find it on someone's social media, and that's why like having one person on or one site where something is concentrated is very useful for people looking for stuff, because it's basically easy to find something. And for Chromonaut, I was interested in the idea, but I never knew where to exactly look. I know that you had like a blog, an active blog years ago, I think, but I know I lost the link, or it just went offline or something like that. Yeah, none of us want to do the social media stuff, so it's the thing Chromonaut needs the most. I think that Malta happened, right? He was the breath of the social media air you were needing. I don't want to do social media either. I don't know. Sometimes I want to do it, but it's like for 2 days and then I want to go offline. I won't tell Malta. The secret will stay safe. Okay, so we have the initial shrooms and the initial stuff painting done. I think that the proper way to go right now would be to work on the algae or on the bug. I think that the bug is less important, but it's easier, so I will try to paint it a little bit more. With my camera, I think that I have too strong shadows in a way, but also it may be only in my head because I was trying to do the setup, and I know that I have very like bad ring light over here from the side. Will the leaves work or won't they? The challenge. Back, the leaf back, beard poop back. No beard poop, sadly. I think that the beard poop, I don't know. I would need a bird to have a bird poop, I think, on this miniature. And there is the Cormac bust, which has the bird, and someone already painted the bird poop on him. I just added some pics of the new paint job of the girl. Oh, guys, we got some sneak peeks. I would really want to see her in real life. Oh yeah, the texture is much nicer. Like, not nicer, but more interesting. But I also find it very interesting that her face is very blended. Okay, Tua, why did you like? I'm not judging, like, but it's very interesting for me that you didn't keep that strong texture on her hair also. Or maybe I am seeing wrong. Is it meant to contrast her body in a way? Oh, the back is nice. I like the back. No response from Tua. Okay, does it sound like a leaf? I think that if I will add more of like this lines. hopefully because I want to hear about this painting a little bit. I like how the geometric texture blends into the sculpting tools, artifacts in her back and a little bit on her body. It's very, very cool. The face is looking more smooth and perfect, and the texture looks more rough because of that. Conceptually, I wanted the face she shows to be more smooth and perfect looking, and I wanted the shadows side she's hiding away to be more rough and raw. If I am to comment anything, I would say that I would maybe try to paint a little bit of this texture into the shadow on her face and on the smooth shadow under her arm, just to, you know, introduce some of the texture on her face already. But I understand that it's totally legit that you made everything smooth. And again, like, this is very minimalistic sculpt, I would say, but with so intense idea that it's interesting anyway, and it's like complete and full of detail without being over sculpted. So like, this is the sculpting goals for me. At first I thought that the cuts will be a little bit iffy for me because they are so visually strong, and they are very indicative of the, like, you know, slashes basically into your body, and that creeps me out a little bit, but it's artistic and beautiful. You get some close-ups to the shadows in her face to have some of the texture on her jaw. Cool. Thank you Tua for sharing. It's very cool to see your progress and your exploration of this project, which is quite wide because you actually stripped her and repainted it. And like, I saw her before on the internet, but also on SMC. Like, I had very short time to see the competition and the displays, and your sculpt is one of the sculpts that I actually remember the best. And, you know, there was like thousands of miniatures, and I remember that one because it just made the connection with me, even though I didn't have that much time to look at her. And I think this is a good example of doing a something meaningful. to assess. That's the best thing I could hope for. People remembering my pieces because they speak to them is what I'm here for. Yeah, you are achieving it perfectly. Like again, I will go back to your library diorama from Dogma. Actually, like this is one of the best pieces ever, in my opinion. Like this is. I know it really made a big impression on me as an artist, and like I saw it and I strive to be like that basically when I was a baby painter, actually. So like this is like just the stuff I really enjoy, and I think that other people like it as well, because it really your works bring first of all very interesting ideas and then the emotions. And even with the Warhammer, like the library, it's basically Warhammer, but Warhammer doesn't matter there that much, in my opinion, because just the form and the ideas are so clever and so interesting. It's a very intense piece that really tells its story, or at least leaves an impression. Yeah, I agree. We got you too. Don't blush, you did something great, and so now you have to bear the compliments. You need to live with the consequences. Sorry, man. Okay. Do you think that it works? Something like this over here, or is it too much? I personally like it, but I'm wondering if it's not like the Flintstones a little bit too strongly. Oh, and also like my another idea was to, but I'm not sure if it's not too much. I wanted to add a sapling coming from this pouch over here, but it would be very small and like minor detail, so it would be a little bit darker, and basically it wouldn't be that visible because of the stuff, but when you would turn the miniature around, just the shape, just the outline of the sapling would bring a little bit of texture and interest over there. But I'm not sure if it's not too much in his case. Layering the textures. It's cool, I think, to have fun little Easter eggs or points of interest that are fun from off angles. Yep. even a mushroom or like a little mouse poking out of something could work and not take up much space. Yeah, actually, I think that Lucas Pina is very good in putting this kind of detail in his works. Okay, I don't really want to paint anymore today, so I will try out stuff. So I have, where is it? I have this moss thing I want to try. I always wanted to try out. I got it from, I think, Jim Stonebird from Stonebird Miniatures. He's a painter from Australia, and also he has his own miniature shop. So even if you don't want to buy from it, go check out Stonebird Miniatures. I will link them. Oops. Oh, and also Jim is making Jim and Jim and his wife already, Ree, and the other guys from Sydney. They did like this great miniature painting meetups. The Sydney's Painters Display Guild, and I really liked it, like how creative it is, and basically how cool of the event, and you know. A big part of the reason I do the miniatures is to inspire and to test new possible venues for people to walk, says Tua. Trying to expand the opinions of what you can do so more people can get joy out of miniatures in more free ways. Knowing that it works and that people do get inspired is mission accomplished for me. Yep. Good work. Good job, Tua. Okay, so I have this water silver mineral paint. Made in England, okay. You definitely inspired me to and motivated me to be more innovative. When I was starting my painting journey, I never liked Warhammer that much, and I always wondered if like being the alternative painter will maybe successful in any way. And like you and some of course other painters like Banshee with his fuck smoothness were very inspiring. Okay, it started mixing actually. Okay, how does it work? It has some kind of interesting residue in the bottle, so I just hope that it doesn't have like some kind of off-putting color, but I'm not very hopeful. And it smells very alcoholic. Also, I could have read a little bit, or I could read a little bit about the application process. Oh, the color is actually not bad. Oops, sorry. Yeah, it looks very, very intense in the bottle. Ooh, also, I would like to mention that maybe to make another person in the chat blush a little bit, Kujo actually inspired me very much to paint busts with a Porco Rosso video. So that was very, very cool as well. It doesn't look that intense on the miniature. It's pretty cool, but also like it works like a wash for me. How should I use it actually? Apply by brush or airbrush to plastic paintwork metal. Instruction: the pot and the surface must be warm to touch. Test before use to ensure adhesion and compatibility. May cause permanent staining. Ooh. For a lighter shade, apply thin coats. For a darker shade, apply thick coats. Smear and spread by rubbing with damp or wet cotton buds. The effects will be lost by washing in water. When fully dry, avoid scratching or scuffing paintwork and avoid any contact with water. Yeah, you should paint more busts. Why aren't you painting more, Pujo? I actually, like, I don't know, I would like to see more busts from you because, like, your Porco Rosso was, I know, just different than your 28mm scale, but also very, very good. So, I know, I would just like to see more from you. Oh, it's actually solving. Okay, so the moss is working, guys. I'm not sure if it's a good product for the bust, but it's working. Yeah, nice to like make. Oh, my cat came over here. It was nice to make you smile too. I'm very happy about that, but also very well deserved. And bye bye. Thank you for coming to the stream. Yeah, and have a safe trip, right, to Monty. I love painting busts now, but I haven't changed my name over to Busty Master. That may be a good solution if you want to bite people into coming to your profile. I want to do the Pina Minor dude. Yeah, you should. It's very cool. It's a very, very nice miniature. If you will paint your miner, I will paint mine and you can do a miniature swap if you want. Oh, true, I would get more follows that way. But also you would have to like take your apps, squeeze them like that, and try to make miniature pictures like this, and you know, putting your decolletage a little bit lower. Or you could also try to make the pictures with an ass crack. I would appreciate that a lot. I would like it like crazy, but make your ass crack look like boobs. Yep, tartan. But the tartan always makes your paintings more complicated, right? So I appreciate the efforts. I wanted, like, my idea for the miner, and this is the case of the maybe too complicated ideas to be actually able to sell them on the miniature. Like, I wanted to paint him like this little gem. Like, this little gem was the Arkenstone from Hobbit, and it would work like a little disco ball. So I would like the gem to be basically sending this little glittery light spots all over everything around, but it's very intense idea, and also I'm not sure if it's paintable on the miniature. Yeah, you would need the ass crack assistant to take the pictures. Lucky. Lucky, come. Oh, I got the cat, and he didn't stick his tail into the wet pot. No, little cuteness. Shave first. No, don't shave. Hey, Vervain. Yeah, there was a kitty. You decided to click on the stream in the right moment. Okay, so basically I tried the moths and I don't want to try it out anymore. So yeah, I kinda don't want to paint anymore today. I will maybe paint a little bit of the shrooms more. But I got lazy. Also, I wanted to farm like the Night Elf armor farm. I mean, make a quest. Night Elf heritage armor today, but I think that it's getting too late anyway. Just saying, like, it's something I'm looking forward to. Actually, one of the ideas for this bust was to paint him as a Night Elf druid. But I decided that I'm too lazy to sculpt the ears. Basically, painting my version of Lesha years ago made me too lazy to resculpt anything because I had so many construction issues with her and I struggled a lot and I really don't want to repeat it. But you know, if I will modify it, it will be more interesting, so maybe I should. This brown is just red oxide, which is a pure pigment, highlighted and shaded with the same colors than everything else on this miniature. I really don't like painting texture of the brown stuff, so wood or leather, and I will have to do it in this one. So this actually will be a nice exercise for me. Like wood, if I have to paint a psychedelic wood, then I like it, because like those wood texture usually can be painted a lot in like the 70s waves. So I like that, and then just saturating it with the brown glaze. But anything more realistic is just overwhelming for me, usually. Thank you. But also it's a lot of practice. So you know, just paint, and you will get to the halfway without any issue. Like, you know, the usually, and that's the issue for me as well. Like, I want to go into sculpting right now, but I don't have the time. Like, I have the time, but I'm, you know, I need to commit stronger. And yeah, actually, sometimes the biggest issue is to commit the time into the practice. But in reality, it's not that hard. The commitment is the hardest part, at least in my experience. Do I have a favorite thing to paint? Stars, I would say that the stars are the stuff for me. I don't know, I like to paint like this. I like to paint shimmery effects on skin tones. I like to paint violet skin tones. I like to paint interesting fantasy characters. So this is like this different elements, but I definitely like the most painting some shimmery / glittery effects and some like strange color shifts. This is the most fun for me, like if I was to decide on one topic. And actually I found out like maybe 2 months ago that but this is something I googled. I didn't go to the doctor about it yet, but also I don't think that I need to go to the doctor to be sure that I actually have it. Like I found out that I have something that is called like optica snow. So this is something that makes you constantly see like this TV snowing effect before your eyes. I will Google it. Visual snow syndrome. And I see like this shimmering dots all the time in front of my eyes. So I actually think that I like it actually. Like I've read that it may cause issues with concentration, for example, and I have definite problems with that. But I actually like this effect, and like I actually think that I like painting stars because I have this visual snow syndrome. Because I see it all the time and I actually like it, and I like it when some of the stars starts flickering a little bit more. Yeah, but again, I need to go to the doctor to ask him if I can have a treatment for it, because I want to see if I would treat it. If it actually would make me it would make the concentration easier for me, because I struggle with it all seriously. And then I wonder if I would miss it if it went away actually, or maybe if I would like appreciate other visual stuff more. But yeah, I just found out that I have like something like this, and I just need to make the time to follow with the doctor appointment and try to like see what to do with it, and if it's even possible to do anything with it, because I thank you for the follow, because I've read that the medication not always work. So you know, in a way I would like it to go away, because I struggle with the concentration strongly and it's causing me a lot of issues. Like I sometimes just can't remember anything. I don't know, it's just very specific. It's not something very positive or very negative in my life. But also, when I read about it, I discovered why I was afraid of the darkness for so long in my life, because since when I was a child. Like this syndrome causes, I'm not sure how it's called in English, like in Polish it's powidoki. So basically when you look at something, especially when it's contrasting with the background, so for example when you have white wall and black speakers, because I can see black speakers, so this is the example. When I have black speakers on the white wall, on the white background, when I look at them and I see clearly their shape, when I will turn my gaze like somewhere else, I can see the shape of these speakers, basically like imprinted on the stuff I will change my gaze to. So because of this effect, I always saw like different shapes in the dark. So, and that's why I was so afraid of the darkness, because for example when I was a child I thought that there is some kind of monster standing over there, and it stayed with me even in my adulthood for some time. I'm not afraid of the darkness anymore, but I was like 5 years ago, for example, and that caused me sleeping problems, because I couldn't sleep without light turned on. And yeah, this is a condition? Yeah, I thought that this is normal as well. And how are you supposed to know that you have like a condition of this kind where this is normal for you, and you are living with it like since being a child? And for example, my mom couldn't understand that I'm afraid of the darkness, because she has no grasp on how I actually see my surroundings. Hey, greetings to Argentina. Muy poquito English, I assume that it means that you don't speak that much English, right? Yeah, I don't speak that much Spanish, so I don't know. So yeah, that's like my mom. Like it was strange for me that my mom couldn't understand like my being my scare. Like I don't know how to formulate it in English. Like she didn't understand me being so much afraid of the darkness, and she was a little bit condescending about that for a while, especially when I got older, right? Because for her, like the grown-up people weren't that much scared of the darkness. But how was she supposed to know? Because I never told her that I see like those flickerings all the time, and how was she supposed to know actually? So yeah, it's just I know it's just nice to know, because it allowed me to like to get like this puzzle of myself in place a little bit better, to understand myself better, and the stuff that basically I struggled in my life. Yeah, so this is a condition, Kujo. If you have it, and you can try to get rid of it actually, and I've heard that there is a medication that makes it go away, and you can focus better, for example. Or I don't know, I have something like I have migraines that go with it, and I thought that they are just like normal migraines because people have migraines, right? But I have very visual migraines, and or headaches, easier to say. So it starts with this one spot like randomly on my viewing field, like getting more intense and being bigger and flickering stronger and stronger, and it becomes like then my headache starts. And this is not actually headache, but it's like I feel like the part of my brain is actually paralyzed in a way. Like I don't know how to explain better, but then my abilities to focus get much worse basically. And then this one spot is flickering stronger and stronger, like taking more and more space on my viewing field, and then it turns into a circle with the emptiness inside, so I can see what is inside, and then like this viewing circle is getting bigger, and like the stuff that I cannot see at that moment, that is like this basically flickering disco ball, it goes more into the frame shape. I get the floaters sometimes. I did a lot when I was young, but definitely not anything that much. Yeah, I like this is very, you know, it's very strange basically. So you can see some stuff. I've heard that the floaters may be like very, how to say it, they may be they may help with you losing the attention as well. So yeah, it's strange. For some people it may be bad, and for some it may be not that bad. My mom got floaters right now in her eyes because she has like this. I don't know how it's called in English, but a Monet was headed. Like she started to like her cornea. I think it's a little bit like losing the adhesion to the eye, and because of that she started like getting floaters in her eyes, and it was the cue for her to go to the doctor actually and get a treatment. Okay guys, so this is this for today, I think. It looks like that. The back looks like this. Yeah, this is, I would call it a progress in a way. And what is cool, in my opinion, is that I used, like I didn't use any brown in the back, but the tufts over here started looking like brownish tint, right? And this is very complementary, first of all, for the greens, and makes the painting scheme like very natural and interesting, but also it complements his hair, and you have like this nice repetition of color. And how I did it, especially for the people that wasn't watching or listening in the beginning of the stream, I had very random. The tufts I used were from different brands and different kinds, so they have two different colors. I started painting with a Tonyan Camo shade, I think. Yeah, filter over it. Then I used Drucci Violet, and then after it dried up, I did some dry brushing all over to paint basically the lighting situation. And I will be improving it later, probably in the coming streams. I also want to add algae over his, I think that his bird, on his staff, and somewhere on his hood, around his hood, to create more detailing and to bring more interest, because this is painted pretty well, but it's very uniform, and I need to make it more interesting basically. Maybe I will put some algae over here, and maybe under the border of the hood a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, but this is definitely work in progress, and this is going in a very interesting direction. Yep. Yeah, it's evolving, it's growing. So we will see how it will go. I really like working on this one because it's basically like a group effort. Because your ideas or just me being able to sit down and talk to you guys and analyze all the different ideas is very helpful and very interesting. So this is a very cool project for me. I always wanted to paint this bust in an interesting way, so this is a dream come true for me actually, and I will appreciate this bust a lot. And this bust actually is staying in my collection with me, so very cool, I like it, and this is going great. Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow I'm doing a feedback stream. If you would like to get a feedback from me on your pieces, either finished and painted or unpainted, like in the work of paint, in the process of painting, so work in progress, leave leave the pictures of your miniature in my comment criticism section or channel of my Discord. The invitation is over here. And I will comment on it tomorrow on the stream. The stream will start around 9 p.m. CET, so Polish time. Dzięki Mikołaj. Nie, to nie jest na sprzedaż, to jest, sorry guys, I will just explain, or I will explain in English. So this is a piece I started painting a very long time ago, and this is a birthday present from my friend, and I always wanted to have painted it in a very special way, but I never had the very good idea for it. So I just decided randomly 2 days ago to paint it a little bit more on the stream and to just glue some tufts all over him, because I wanted to paint something with tufts, and this is how the idea evolved. Yeah, so leave the feedback for if you want the feedback from me tomorrow around 9 p.m. CET, or just leave the pictures on my Discord channel in comment criticism. If it's work in progress without some key elements painted in, leave the description about what you want to do and what you want to achieve. If it's finished work, you can leave a description, but you don't have to. Yeah, so see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming, guys, and bye. Have a good night.